Hello, everyone who is watching or about to watch. I appreciate everyone being here. See if we can do some more cool video game stuff, huh? Set up here. Oh no. Wow. Okay. I'm just doing some setup, folks, sorry. But I'm gonna get started in a sec here. Yeah, here we go. Let's get some code showing here. Okay, we're on the bat signal. Bat signal. And then I've got some to-dos. Got some to-dos I need to tackle. The question becomes, what do I tackle first? I think I know. Hang on, I gotta send a message for work here. Okay, I'm just gonna get started here. So first of all, welcome anybody who might be watching right now. I appreciate that everybody's here. There is one thing I did want to try and do. Yeah, that's fine. I think we're okay. Okay, so what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and figure out this menu system. I don't want to tackle editor stuff yet. I think the editor stuff is quite complicated if I try and tackle that. So if I instead tackle menu stuff for the menu in my game, that should adequately give me something to sink my teeth into for this stream. And I already have some menu stuff here, so I'm just gonna briefly talk through it, mostly for my own sake. I'm sorry if the talking portion is a bit boring. I'll try to be entertaining if I can, but it's tough to be entertaining about menus. They're menus. In any case, all right, so I have a top menu already. If I recall yesterday correctly, I already have a function that set menu text. So what I need to do is extract this function into its own class. Essentially, I need to create a class for menu systems. I'm just going to turn the music down a little bit. There we go. Okay. So yeah, I need to I need to deal with like I need to structure a class essentially for dealing with the menus. And what I need, I've already kind of defined what I need the menus, what I would want the class to do up here. We need to hide show menus, we need to render them, we need inputs, we need to update the game state, at least to tell the game to pause and continue depending on which menu is active. We need confirmations. And then we need text. Now, here's the other thing I was thinking about. Beyond just menus, we also need like a chat window. I could call that a menu. It could be considered a menu. I guess it could be considered a chat window menu. And perhaps in some cases that chat window would allow you to have like inputs. Definitely an input for like continuing whatever conversation is happening. So that's one thing. The other thing you might want to do is prompt a user to do something. You want to prompt the player to do something depending on what's happening in the script, in the chat. So I think for now I'm going to consider chat windows as menu items. If that's the case, then what I have to do is I need to define what my different menus are. So because this is all kind of, I'm considering this like a front end issue, right? So different front ends are going to have different menus depending on how they want to render this game. So I think I'll just start with like a few basic ones, and maybe I'll do chat last, like whenever there's an NPC talking or something, I'll deal with that window last. So in order to sort out how I want my, like what menus I want here, I need to kind of figure out what kind of information do I want to display on an ongoing basis. So at the very least, I think it makes sense that I have like some kind of simple menu up at the top here. And I can kind of use the world grid here a little bit, because I can structure the size of the menu at the top based on the entirety of the rendered world. And you can see I already have the resize working, so that's, you know, that's great. And then I can do like fancy CSS, you know, if else statements and whatnot, so that I can like make the menu bigger and change the font size and things like that. I'll keep it simple for now, and you know, just stick to having a menu up there and showing some stuff. Now, right now I have the menu, the top menu up here, with a alpha of white. It's got like an opaque, a little bit of an opaque white. It's just to kind of make it stand out. But ideally, what would be nice is if I just have some icons, kind of like you know, the typical typical menu UI. So if I take some cues from the game I'm basing this off of, let me see if I can. Here, if I go here, and if I have a look at some of the menus here, yeah, kind of like. You know, that's interesting actually. That is an interesting thought experiment. And what's going through my head right now is I do recall this. When you're playing the game and you're sailing around, because this is what I'm basing my game off of, there's actually no menu, it just has a date. It's very minimalistic. If you've ever played Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, the Zelda game for Switch, they do the same thing. They offer you like an extremely minimalistic menu system, or like none, I believe, and then you take your cues from the game itself. Hey, OG Dragon, how you doing? I saw your message just a little while ago, but I had to finish my thought. Hey man, it's good to see you here. I appreciate you being here. And anybody else who's here, hello, and thanks for being here. Yeah, so I actually don't know if I really want much of a menu structure here, I might want to keep this quite simple. There is a menu system when you're in a town, when you're in a city. No, there isn't. They kept it so minimal. Nintendo did this even back in the day. Wow. I really like this. I really, really like this. I think I'm going to do this. I think I'm going to keep it. I think I'm going to do the same thing because there's too much, there's a menu overload almost. And then what that lets me do is while you're playing the game, if you interact using certain keyboard events or, with the mouse or whatever it is that you want to interact with, then we can render a menu, and we could even do like take over full screen if we want to. So that actually makes this yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. Oh gee, you had to come support since you've been supporting me. Also, I don't know if you were on Mango stream last night, but I hit affiliate. Oh gee, man, I didn't know you hit affiliate. Good job. That's great. You're on your way, man. That's awesome. I hit affiliate recently as well. I didn't make a big deal out of it because it's just kind of like whatever. But it's a good goal to hit. It means you're doing something right. And to be fair, Twitch does set the bar like reasonably low. Like it's an achievable thing if you just stick to it. So keep at it. I'll have to I saw you I think streaming yesterday or the day before, and I wasn't able to join. Like I wasn't able to watch, but I might have some time later today if you're streaming, and I'll give you a watch. But yeah, that's awesome. Good job. Okay, so I'm just gonna keep going through what I'm thinking here. So if I'm not going to show a menu by default, aside from say like the date and time up at the top there, then really all I really have to worry about is like a pseudo date time. I can just fake it out, and if I fake that out, then I could do something like, let's see, let's try fiddling around with this. So it would be 6:30 PST. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for you. Let's see if I do like well, hang on. I just want to see how, so they did year, month, and then day. I mean, we could just copy for now, just to, so we'll go year, and we could go like 1927. And then here we can go month and day, and it'd be like May 12, like something like this, right? Yeah, so it'd be like that. And if we could rename the top menu to something more appropriate. I could even just duplicate the top menu, maybe call it the date menu, but let's just see if we can figure out how we want this to look. So I'm going to align the text right. I'm going to maybe add some padding. Let's say I want to add, yeah, like that. That, and I know what they've done is they put a black border. I think I kind of want to do something like that. I can't remember if it's text shadow. I'm pretty sure it's text shadow. If I take out the background, it doesn't really make a change here, does it? I forget. Here, you know what? Text shadow. Let's see what options we have available for text shadow. Yeah, I thought so. It's like, 3, yeah, offset, offset, blur, and color. I don't think this is, yeah, no, offset, offset. There we go. It's like that, something like that. And I think what you can do is you can actually double and triple up on these. Yeah, like this. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Okay. And then if we set like a, you know, we can change the font family to whatever we want after, but like, you know, you could do we can find a font that's like kind of like a video gamey. But if I do this, let's put this in here. I don't like this style being here, but we're going to do some, oops, we're going to do some cleanup. So yeah, we'll go like this. Okay, and then in here, we can basically copy the structure for the year and day, the way that we had it. ID. So this is going to be year. So let's just say it's 27, and then this is going to be month and day, May 22nd. Okay. If I refresh, hit it. There we go. All right. Now what I should be able to do is remove this background. I think for the time being, I feel like I kind of, it doesn't really stand out. You know what? I'm not going to worry about it too much. It just doesn't stand out like this because it's like black on black, but I think that's fine for now. I'm going to remove the background. Let's just keep going. All right. So there we go. We've got a very simple, top menu. Now we can do a bottom menu, and we can put in like a timestamp down here. But now here's the thing. This isn't really a menu, so to speak, right? I think menu is a poorly named choice here. When we have menus that actually show up in the game, we're going to take our cues again from the game I'm basing this whole thing off of. So I remember like this menu. Oh, really? Really? Oh, this is really low quality, huh? Okay, well, let's see if I can find a better one. It's kind of, yeah, it's kind of like this. It's kind of like these. You hit a button on your controller and it renders, a menu that pops up. Otherwise it just stays not rendered. And then this is an example of a full screen menu with some user interaction in there. So yeah. So I guess I have to decide what I'm going to call these. I guess I could just call them menus for now, even though I don't really think that they're menus. I think there's something else, but that's fine. That's fine. I suppose what I'll do is I will just keep calling it a menu, and then just give them like more specific names. So instead of like a top menu, it should be a date menu, right? And so the date menu, and then some functionality that determines like what year to put in and what month and day to put in. And I would retrieve the value of that from the WebAssembly code and render it appropriately. So if I'm going to do that, I should class menu. Yeah. So I should have a class for all my menus because classes are multiple. They denote multiple elements. That there's going to be more than one menu class in the DOM structure, and there will be. And it provides whatever JavaScript, structure, whatever JavaScript class I create to manage the menus. It provides me with a way to iterate over all menus available in my DOM. My DOM, and then I can deal with each menu as I please. So if I'm going to do this, I think it makes sense for me to just start a new class. It's going to be menus. We'll call it menus.js. And there's a few ways I could do this class. So I can, I could do it the simple way. I just go like this. Right. So there it is. Simple as that. And then I'll import it. All right. Okay. Yeah, that's a start. Now, I would probably want to maintain a list of menus. My menus are going to be pretty static to begin with. And I think I really only want to do, let's say, just 2 menus. I just want to do the date menu, like up here. We're going to call it the date menu for now. And then like a full screen menu. And I want to hide and show these menus. So if I do that, then what I can do is go menus, what would I call it? I don't know, like list, I suppose you could call it. Be like date menu and then screen menu, something like that. Yeah, it's just we're doing it imperfectly, just to get ourselves started. I should be able to remove this set menu text. Whoops, there we go. So I'll remove this. Now the CSS for my menu, I'll deal with putting it in a CSS file later. What I can do now is date menu. We're gonna call it the date menu. Then any other place. Oh, that's it. All right. Okay. Now, then what we can do is do something like set year. Yeah, we can go like like that, and then we'll go again. We're gonna do this imperfectly. You know what would be better? I know it would be query selector. So it's going to be date menu and then like year. Right, this should do it. Yeah, this is quite imperfect. I really don't like this long term, but let's just make sure it works. Let's make sure that we, I don't know, let's say 1200. Yeah, there we go. All right. So we've got ourselves our starting point. We can go set month, and then set day. It would be like, let's say June. Oh, you know what? I know. It's because of this. I did not break it out, and now I'm realizing that I probably should. So if I was to break this out, then I would just put in actually I have an idea. Instead of well, there's a few ways I could approach it. I could make some more divs in here. Or maybe just span. I don't want to create more elements unless I really really need to. But this is like a really simple way to accomplish this. Month. Day. There we go. And then set day, and it could be like the 23rd. Yep, there we go. All right, well, let's start. Let me just check something over here for. Okay. Okay, let's keep going for a while. So yeah, this is working fine. Now, there's something quite interesting happening here. And I think it's got something to do with the fact that I changed this top menu. This is now off-centered. That's not good. That's not good at all. Let's see. Yeah. The only other thing it would be is the... Yeah, I don't know what happened here. I wonder what happens if I just take this out. Oh, somehow, I see. So somehow the fact that we put divs in there is changing probably like the height or something. Position is absolute, so I wonder what we're doing wrong. Gotta think about this. This didn't happen when I put actual text in here. I wonder if these become spans. Does that that didn't really help. Let's just for the heck of it. Oh, now I see it. Yeah, typo on my part. Okay, there we go. Now we're looking good. That looks pretty good. Just see. me see something here. Okay. Okay, good enough for me. If I continue with the menus, then what I can do is I'll leave this be for now. I would like to do like a hide and a show on this, so it'd be like hide date menu. So I would go, sure, kind of like this. Show date menu. Yeah. Let's see what happens. Perfect. All right. That works great. Let me have a sip of my coffee here. Hang on. All right, let's get back to it. This is pretty simple stuff. Date menu. Full screen menu. So I'll just go for it. I'm just gonna call this full screen menu. Yeah. And let's just end it here. Yeah, full screen menu. And then I'm just gonna say like whatever, like full screen. Yeah, nothing fancy. We're just trying to get the. All right, and I'm gonna say, yeah, width is 100%. I'm gonna say that the height is also 100% since this is full screen. And I'll take out all the font stuff I did because I'm gonna want to like customize how I render this menu. The other thing that I probably want to do is just I just want to change this. I want to make it like I don't know, something that like yeah, sure, something that stands out a bit so I know that it's there. And I'm going to set its initial display value to that. This is going to get unwieldy pretty fast if I have to do hide show on every menu item, but that's why I have the list with the array. I'll deal with that later. Hide full screen menu. and show screen menu. Thank you, Copilot. All right, now if I, okay, hang on everyone. Okay. Should change the font styles. Let's just do all right, let's keep going. Set any of these. Didn't set any. No, the Z index needs to be higher. Now at some point I may want to manage a z-index in my JavaScript menu class. Simply because the z-index might change based on the menus that are already open. Like you might have multi-layered menus, so you might want to have your menu class say like if there's a full screen menu already open or whatever, then it will just layer one over top of the other. Okay. So now what I'd like to do is I just want to pick some kind of like keyboard command. I think I want to change all these too. I think I want to use the code. All right. Let's go Q. And I only want to do this if we have menus. And I think I just want to do show screen. There we go. Now I think I would rather have a function that's like toggle full screen menu. That way I can see with the state menus. State would be like on off. So let's just do that. This is gonna be like not great. Wow, like sometimes NeoVim just gets right in your way, like just right up in there, in your way. All up in your business. And all I want to do is hit tab so my Copilot, does its thing. And NeoVim says, no, you're gonna do what I want you to do. And then I say no, and then it says no. And then we have a big argument. And not fun. Not fun. Okay, let's keep going. Coffee. So, sorry. I set the state of my menu. That's great. Now if I want to toggle. Then perfect. Thank you, Copilot. Look at that. That's great. That gets us a menu. The other thing we can do is let's manipulate. I'm sorry. Oh, that was a sneeze. I apologize. So yeah, we can manipulate the background. So it's like, it's a little bit stronger. Now what's funny to me is, oh, of course. Yeah, of course I chose middle of the road. And we could do whatever we want here. We could change the color of the menu, to whatever we want. Well, that's an interesting way to do. That's an interesting way to do your RGB values. I didn't know that was a thing. I learned something new. Let me see if I can apply that. Look at that. Okay. There is now a problem. That's the problem, is that I did not update my reference to code from key. Yeah, now we're talking. Okay, take over in some coffee. It's great. I kind of want to make this a bit more versatile. So instead of having functions for each one of my menus, I kind of want to wrap some functions. Maybe I want to keep separate functions for individual menus on purpose. But it'd be nice if I could just this would be like, if I don't pass a name into this function, then I would just go document.get elements by last name menu, and then yeah, I would for each them, and yeah, else. Pretty much this. Same with this. So if no name, then you show all. Yeah, for now. Let's see what I did wrong. Oh, of course. Really? What did I do wrong? Let's see. This fixes it. It does. So it's something. I think it's the for each. I don't think I can do. Yeah, I don't think I. You know, the other way to do it is not by iterating through the DOM elements. Of course. That's why I have a list, because then I don't have to do DOM operations to query them, even though it's probably like minuscule, but you know. So we'll go like that. Thank you, Copilot. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Screen. The other thing I could do is, instead of having to put in the underscore menu underneath, I could just do, I could take these out. Yeah. Yeah. I think this is much better. Okay, I won't change. I'm gonna do like a big change here. So let's go. Here's the other thing. Now that I'm thinking about this, I don't actually know that there's going to be one element called date. There might be more than one. So I think I'm gonna make classes of all this. This is gonna be like an annoying change, but better to do it now. All right. So I have to change the set. Okay, first of all, I have to also update the states. This is going to be frustrating if I want to make this versatile. Okay, this one's easy. This one, however, has to do, yeah, this way. We do a toggle. All right. Let's see what Copilot gives us. So if we don't have a name, we're going to go through each one. We're going to get the current state, then we're going to flip it. If we do have a name, we're going to iterate through our list until we find a name, and we're going to flip it. That seems right. All right, now this changes. Menu, date, here. This, I'm realizing that this is also wrong. I'm separating menu and date classes, but they belong together because they're like together, right? All right. Let's see what happens. Nice. Nice. And I can just hide them all. And I can show them all. Okay. Okay. So then we can do things like menus that go like submenus that go on the left and right. Kind of like these left and right ones. Let's see if I can find a better one. Yeah, I mean, this image isn't the greatest, but yeah, it'd be like this. Yeah, depending on what button you press, it would show a different you know, it would show a different different menu. Do we really need this? We don't need this. This is fine. Okay. So okay. I mean, we have a pretty basic menu system. And let me go see. So we have hide, show, render menus. I think we're good with that. We need inputs. We need to update the game state. We need confirmations, and we need setting text. So we kind of have, like, we have that, and we have that. We probably need some of these, right? So here's what I'm going to do. Set some to-dos. All right. Now, if we're going to pause the game, that's one thing we can do. Yeah, so I mean, we have options here. In terms of things we want to tackle next, I mean, we have options. So how would I... I don't think we really need to worry about inputs yet. I don't think we need to worry about game state just yet. I think we can just keep the game running in the background even with menus. We can worry about pausing the game at another point. We're not overly concerned with confirmations. We don't have... I don't think we just... I just don't think we have enough going on. But I think we have the foundations. And if I do script, I probably don't want to do them here. I probably want to do them in-game. Alright. Yeah, so I want scripts in the game because I want my game I want my game to manage scripts. I don't want to be managing it inside the JavaScript class, so I need a way to have scripts in my game. That's fine. I can have script. How would I even structure scripts? It would be an array where I call so I would have to sudo. I would have to write like kind of like a mini language where I can define commands in like a natural language. It would be something like so let's do so you'd have I mean you could even do like script which would be, you know, an array list, let's say, and then you go like script dot append, and so you would want to use like move entity, and then be like 0, and then it's like some direction, you know, or even if you just want like move entity, sure, let's say 0, and then up, down, maybe. Now here's the thing with that. If I do that, then you have to know the... You'd have to know the indexes. Like you'd have to know the entity indexes, and then you'd have to know the directions and all of that. So I think it'd be better if this was done in an editor and then it was exported. And so then your array wouldn't actually be, I mean, it could be this, you could have this, but it would be nicer if it was like something like more constant. So you could, instead of doing it this way, you could have let's say like I don't know, like 8. 8 U8, and then it would be I know. I know. I know exactly what to do. So, yeah. And so then each one of these would be representative. So, outer array is script line, let's call it that. Inner array is command line. So the so you would have like a need to create legend for inner array commands, right? So if you're if 0 is equal to 0, and 1 would be entity index, 2 would be direction, and then it'd be whatever that is, right? Like that, essentially. Which means that when we manipulate the script in the editor, we would want to export it in this format. So even if we have an editor mode in here, and we turn on editor mode and then we manipulate the script, when we export the JSON data, it becomes, you know, whatever we want to have, whatever array structure we want to have in ZIG to support the fact that there's a script and it's doing whatever action. Then we would have like a function that's like run script, like script index, you know, maybe something like that. So you'd have a run script. Yeah. We probably want to store a game state later on. We want to turn directions into an enum, kind of like game data error. That'll make it way easier. I wonder if we can use enums. Crazy idea. I wonder if we could tag entities in our editor and export them as ZIG enums. Then instead of referencing state entity indexes, we could. You know what? Just out of how would that work? Sure. I have to give that some thought. enums here. Alright, let's see what my enums are like. Because what I'm thinking is that maybe with ZIG I can reference like an enum value, you know, directly. Like, could I do, instead of like int from enum, could I do enum from int? Could I do the opposite? Enums can have methods. Is clubs, suit, self. Okay, I didn't know you could do that. Holy cow, that's powerful to have like enum functions like that. Wow. And you can switch. Type info can be used to access the integer tag type. Oh, I see. Type info tells us the field count and the fields. It's a U8 rep of an enum value. Very interesting. Okay, so I think the closest thing that I have here is if I was to pass an integer value, it would I could iterate. I think I'm going to break my own. If I go down this path, I'm going to break my own principle, which I'm trying not to break. So I think I have to ignore this. Okay, that's fine. Just thinking about my editor. have no idea if this is going to work. Wow. Can't believe that worked. But it did. Well, that's great because that means that we can create an import of imports and sort out yeah, it means we can sort out exporting from the editor by creating imports of imports. That makes our ZIG code quite nicely structured, to be honest. Pretty good. I'm gonna drink my green stuff. All right. Wondering if I can just do an enum right here. Hmm. Hmm. I mean, I suppose what I could do. I guess I have to look at how to handle enums. There we go. If I've done this right. Like that. Now we have some really nice capabilities with ZIG and defining things with enums. I wonder if we could even just use the... I wonder if we go crazy. We go crazy? Health. Let's see if this even compiles. It does. I need to Okay. Do I have to actually, like... No, that doesn't seem right. Can I just reference myself? In my enum? You know what? It's okay. I guess what I could do. Try this. Yep, still works. Perfect. Hey, that's super nice. That's super handy. What a great way to deal with that. I'm liking this a lot. Hey, it's Mick. How are you doing, Mick? I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you being here, man. It's great to see you. Oh, right. Mick, you and I made a deal, didn't we? Right, so let me read this. Okay. I have a conclusion on my investigation. Modern PHP is not the worst. Just something I do not prefer, like C#. Has its place, just not for me. But I must say that I am all for moving stuff back to the server. Large clients have their place, but not for every blog or cookbook site. I've played with HTMX and made a deployment for a personal project. I can assume why you like no build. Furthermore, I personally don't believe in that. I like working with a compiler on the stuff I work on. Okay, I think I follow you. So, I say with because I see it as a code programmer. Not only the compiler, but also linters in my tests. I don't believe in code coverage. No, I don't like the modern JSTS world. We're on the same side there. The server is the best place to run code. I really appreciate your viewpoint. Your words stuck with me for the last few days. PHP is not bad. Okay, well that's good. It's a step forward. I mean, you know, I'm not looking to convert you to being some kind of PHP fan or anything like that. I am in its current state. I think it's such a big improvement, and it gets you far without giving you a lot of headaches, unlike the old days, like PHP 5. So that's good. I'm glad that you tried that, and I'm glad that you can see that it is, at least in some senses even, better than it was. And I generally agree that stuff should be on the server. I think there's some kind of insanity that's taken place with the current front end world where we for some reason or another, we're okay with a complicated build process for stuff that does not really need a complicated build process. If you're going to use a build process, use it properly, like use it in the proper place. And I don't think, like you were saying, blogs and cookbook sites need a complicated build process for front end. And I would actually argue that even more complicated sites don't need it. I'm currently building quite a complicated site in terms of front end at work, and we've removed React, Vue, all that stuff. We don't need it. Even though in some pages we have like an Excel table spreadsheet functionality, which is quite complicated, but we're doing it all with HTMX, Laravel, and server backend driven, and it's working just fine. You can work around a lot of front end stuff without having a complicated process. Anyways, if you're in compiler world, obviously that's a different mindset. So I can see what you're saying, and I'm glad that you tried it out. I'm glad that you can see that it's not the end of the world to use PHP right now. It's actually in a pretty not bad state, exactly like you're saying. It's not bad. Is it perfect? No. There's still a lot that is like awkward with it, and there's some relics from its past that are still around. But that's great. I'm glad. I'm really glad. I'm glad you tried it out. I appreciate you coming in and giving me an update, Mick. That's pretty awesome. Because you took the trouble to go through that and come back and talk to me about it, you still get to pick a channel, and I will gift you 12 months. Tier 1 to whatever channel you like. I could probably do YouTube, I think. Actually, I don't think I can do YouTube. I don't think YouTube lets me pick who I gift subs to. So I guess it does have to be Twitch. I don't know what other platform you watch videos on, so I don't. Maybe the NeoVim Project Fund? I see. So you want me to make you, like, you want me to have you as a sponsor, right? Let's see if I can even do that. It's sponsors. Does not have to be in your name? Okay. So how would I... How would I sponsor this? I don't think they have a sponsor here. Oh, here we go. Sponsor. Okay. Okay, so I could do it here, or what did you say? Open collective, eh? You have to sponsor the user org rather than right. Right. Hey, Ubinatus. Hey, how's it going? Okay, so it's up to you, Mick. I can sponsor here on GitHub, or I can sponsor them through Open Collective. I don't know if you have a preference. Does not matter. All right. Let me do it here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to figure out what it would normally cost me to give you so it's like $83 Canadian for 12 months gifted on Twitch. So with tax and stuff, we can round it up to like let's say $100. So if I just sponsor for $100, okay. So I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it on my other screen here in case there's like payment information that I don't want to, you know, give out. So I'll do a one-time sponsor for $100. I'm glad I'm doing it off screen. It's like my credit card and everything. All right, so sponsor NeoVim. Okay, now if I was to refresh, will it show up? Here we go. There I am. So I gave him $100, which is just a little bit over 12 months. A sub for 12 months at tier 1. Yeah, there you go. Just because you tried it, and I appreciate that you even gave it a shot, you know. So you're welcome, NeoVim. You know what I'm gonna do? You know, why don't I? Here, let's see. Oh, these are cute. Let me like these real quick. Even went above and beyond and tried HTMX. Ended up saying PHP is not bad. Gifted $100 to NeoVim on his behalf. Deal completed. Honors kept. You know, something like that. Yeah. Sure, let's go with that. Cool. Yeah, well, I'm glad that that you tried that. So, you know, hopefully that kind of like expanded some of your horizons, if you will. You know, just to show you that the landscape is different. And honestly, like completely honestly, I also wanted you to see some of the negative stuff, because there's still some negative stuff in the front end world, especially, but also with PHP. It's not perfect, and I think you've seen that. It helps to have like a rounded, more rounded view, and then, if anything, it just helps you kind of like understand better that perspective. So if you ever have to talk to someone who comes from that world, hopefully you can talk about it a little bit better now. Yeah, so that's great. I'm glad you tried that out. So that's awesome. Well, Mick, listen, like, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it a lot. You know, just even having you here. Same with you, Ubinatus. You know, I've only had like 1 or 2 viewers the whole time I've been on. I'm going on two hours. But I appreciate that not only are you willing to come and like watch me and talk to me about this, but that you actually gave that a shot. That's awesome. You know, that's great. Feel free to chat with me. I'm just gonna kind of keep going on my game here. because I'm trying to tackle a few things. I've made a lot of progress, and you know, I kind of want to keep the momentum going here. So yeah. To do update other areas of the code to use enums like this. All right. Okay, that's great. That's great. So I have a really cool way to abstract some of this enum stuff and make sure that I reference everything correctly. It's pretty awesome. So now what I need to do, let me just see. All right. Okay, okay. Okay, that's for attacks. Yeah, that's great. That's great. I have some good stuff here. I can't believe how far I've made it so far. That's great. I could even do as a like 2 U size for the entities. Interesting, interesting. Let me write a to do here. I have to give that some thought, but that's, I'm glad. Okay, so, all right. I've got scripts. Now, the thing about scripts is I have to have the editor ready, and I don't have my editor ready. So I think it might be time to deal with my editor, because I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure I just need to think in my head for a second. If I'm going to have okay, so I think I know what I think I have to have I think I have to sort out my editor so that I can make changes to particular aspects of my game. And Mick, going to bed, keep going the way you do streams, and others will come when they hear your nice voice. Dude, thank you. I appreciate it. I don't know. I'm just trying to have fun, and I'm having fun, and hopefully like 1 or 2 people benefit. That's really the goal, right? Is if like 1 or 2 people benefit from seeing me like struggle and do some cool things and have fun, then they can enjoy some things too. And I'm gonna go on a limb and say you've benefited already, and I'm really happy that I was able to kind of like, you know, encourage you to look at something you might not have otherwise looked at. Anyways, go to bed, have fun, or have a good night. I mean, sorry. Have a great night, and hopefully I'll see you in another stream. I really appreciate it. Thanks, Mick. Okay. Let me check and make sure no one needs me for work. Well, maybe here. I'll have to respond to that at another time. Okay. All right. So yeah, I guess what I have to consider the fact that I'm going to need to, in order to get game data, like worlds entities, images, you know, in terms of bytes, collisions, starting locations, yeah, scripts, world items, yeah, strings. Okay, I'm gonna have to go into I'm gonna have to figure out editor mode. This is going to be hard. This is going to be very hard. I think this is going to be one of the hardest things I'm gonna work on. And I honestly don't know exactly where to start. I'm concerned that that I'm going to start a particular way and, you know, do it wrong, essentially. I need to think this out a bit. If I'm going to go into editor mode, what that means is that I want to be able to play. I'm gonna write some things out. So going into editor mode means I can still play the game, but I can pause it too. So I suppose oh, hey, sorry everyone, I gotta check something here for work. There we go. All right. So suppose if I'm gonna have to figure out pausing. And pausing means something along the lines of not iterating over the animation frame and not like not running the ticks, you know, the cycles on the animation frame. Okay, so if I'm going to deal with I'm going to deal with that. I'm going to have to pause. I'm basically going to have to not render the game. Then I'm going to have to hit play. So it's like a soft mode. Oh man, this is challenging. So let's say that you're in editor mode and you're pushing buttons, right? Like maybe you're writing a script. Now your script is going to contain like movement and you know, references to strings that you're going to want to display as chats, like if the NPC is like saying something, for example. You don't want the game to be running in the background and eating up those inputs and you know, moving the character around, for example, if you press the A key. So in the input, what you'd have to do is kind of like hijack the inputs and say in editor mode, don't do your regular game input functions. So it'd be like a state of some kind, and depending on the state, you're going to run game functions. If not, if you're in an editor state, then you're going to run a different set of functions, or maybe just nothing. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's what I have to consider here. And then I have to give myself some nice editor abilities so that I can have all the tools I need to do editing. Now the question is, where do I start? Ubinatus. My software dev roots are with PHP 5.6 around 2016. Then I got hooked with React the next year until now. Curious, what's the context of the PHP comment for making that? Yeah, if I remember correctly, we were having a conversation about the state of front end and back end. Front end has become a complex beast. I'm just trying to think about how I say this correctly. Just give me a sec here. Okay. Yeah. So, right. So we were talking about, if you remember from PHP 5.6, Ubinatus. Ubi. Can I just, I hope it's okay I just say Ubi. So Ubi, if you remember PHP 5.6. Timeline of front end in the server, front end in the client. Now with RC, front end in, pretty much. How did you create websites back in 2016 with PHP 5.6? You had a form, right? It was a form, and you would submit the form, and it would go to, like even here, right? Like let's say you click on this button. It would submit a post request, you know, something along those lines, to PHP backend, to a root, like a URL root, right? Your backend would process that, then it would render a new page based on the input of your post request, your form data. Then what happened is front end got really complicated, and you needed to store the state of the front end. And it didn't necessarily tie into the back end. And, you know, to be fair, in some cases that is a legitimate use case, right? Where your front end state is somewhat, if not mostly, independent of your back end, or it could be considered that way. Then what I think happened is people leaned too much towards that. They ran away from the back end and they put so much on the front end, and then they shipped JSON data around. And that created, in my opinion, like a form of technical cancer on the front end, because you have an insanely complex build system where you have to build like Webpack, you have to import modules, you have to layer like, you know, several different libraries or a massive library. Like React library is not small, right? And especially back at the time of those needs, having a huge library in order to run your front end had a cost, a big cost on your browser, your ability to interact with a page, right? First contentful paint, things like that. But we went in that direction a lot, and people loved going in that direction for a reason that I do not understand. Like it makes no sense to me. So we went that way heavy. In some cases, I get it. In a lot of cases, I don't think it makes any sense. So, you know, then it, let me just move my mic a little bit here. So then it got more complicated. And I think especially with React driving it, where people got a bit lazy, and honestly, people got a bit lazy. That's what I think happened. People got lazy, from developers all the way up to like people who make decisions about the tech that they use in their company. And they just would say, we have React. It does a whole bunch of stuff. It's easy to find developers for React. It's easy to do XYZ with React. Let's just grab that. Or, you know, as the evolution of front-end frameworks expanded, you could say Vue, Svelte, however you say that, you know, other similar frameworks. And it just became like, just reach for the shelf, grab it, and use it. And let's just use it for everything under the sun. It was such a lazy way to tackle front end. And then Facebook with like all their React stuff, and I think TypeScript too. It was trying to solve a problem that existed at the time, which was like type safety in JavaScript, and now it's gone insane. It's jumped the shark, in my opinion. It's way too crazy to use. Like it has too the amount of effort you have to put into using TypeScript today is like a huge red flag. I don't like using TypeScript anymore. And then on top of that, like you said, now you have React Server Components. Are you freaking kidding me? I did a video just recently. Do I have it somewhere? No, I don't think I took it out, but I went over I went over an article about React Server Components, and yeah, I had a chat with Theo and I was asking questions. So I went over an article that was talking about React Server Components, somebody who was unsure about them. And then they gave an example. I wonder if I can pull it up. Here, making sense of React Server Components, this one. So check this out, right? I did this in a video. So you look at this, right? You look at an example like this. This is the example of this person, you know, this is what they came up with. It's a simple example, and then you run a DB query, and then you pass it into the React component. And my initial, like, I have initial disgust. Like, this makes me want to puke, honestly. And then down here, this person says, here, someone who's been using React, this is absolutely wild, but wait, my instinct scream, function components can't be asynchronous. Really? That's your first thought? You look at this thing and this is what you think? Like, this is your first issue? And we're not allowed to have side effects directly in the render like that. Really? That's your second issue? So your top two issues are these two things when you look at that? This is insane. Why are you doing this? Now it's starting to get like desperate to me. Like this is desperation to try and marry things that shouldn't be married. I think this is so wrong. I could be wrong. Now, in reference to the Twitter space with Theo, the other red flag I have about this, you have someone like Theo who is not a dumb person. He's a smart man. Right, and he knows how to code. He knows code. There are people in Theo's orbit in those Twitter spaces who are also very smart people. They know their stuff, and they have spent how many Twitter spaces, how many weeks, maybe months, trying to figure out how they're going to explain this to other people. That is also a huge red flag to me. If that is the amount of effort you have to put into explaining how this works, and not just that, but Theo even himself, it's like the last time I talked with him, he was like, oh, I thought I understood something and I don't. They're still trying to figure it out. If you cannot explain what's going on here reasonably simply, and without having to put in a massive amount of effort, like what I feel is being put into explaining this, that screams of like you're doing something wrong. And if you can't see that, then that screams to me that maybe you've got blinders on and you just want this to happen so bad that you don't really care about the consequences. And that has led to really poor practices especially on the front end, that we just seem to be okay with. So when Mick was talking to me about it, we were talking about the way that I do things, and I use Laravel with HTMX. Oh, this takes me to this. HTML. No, where is it? There. Okay. I'm using this with Laravel. This is like super duper minimal. I mean, it's basically nothing. It's a nothing library. It's just a way to like add some simple DOM swapping. It just takes something. It's like having a form wherever you want. You post to a PHP backend. Your backend renders the HTML just like normal, but it just does an interactive swap. That's it. Then you can add Hyperscript, which is an add-on. Like the same person who made HTMX made Hyperscript. So with Hyperscript, you can have like some natural language to do JavaScript. Like there's nothing fancy going on here, and these libraries are tiny, tiny to do simple things. I have gotten so far on a very complicated front-end website with just this. And by comparison, you move faster, you have more solid code, your backend drives the state of the application, you have URL routes with query parameters and other things. Your app is stored basically in the URL route. It's basically going back in time to when things were simpler and easier to manage. I have no builds. No builds. I can deploy to prod instantly. The amount of complexity that's involved here is extremely minimal by comparison. And so then we were talking about PHP, and Mick was saying like, well, I don't like PHP. I was granted I used it a long time ago, but PHP like sucked, and I encouraged him to I encouraged Mick to try PHP 8.1 or higher with Laravel 10, and that's kind of how it started. And I said, I bet you if you try it, you'll see that it is better than it was before. So hopefully that, that gives you the context. And I'm trying to be, kind, to people like Theo and whatnot, because, I know them a little bit just behind the scenes, like a little bit. And they're smart people, but I even smart people sometimes can just not be able to see past certain things, and I just feel like there's just something not right about the whole React server component thing. Hang on, I just gotta send a work message. Okay. Thanks, I appreciate the response. You're welcome, Upanatis. It's on my bucket list to try HTMX. Yeah, it's great. I'm gonna do. I have a project, a real project that I'm gonna start doing probably in the new year, maybe sooner. And I'm going to start it, I'm going to do Laravel PHP HTMX. So I'm going to take the stuff that I've learned from work I'm basically going to start a new project and stream it, because a lot of that project can be public. So it's going to be a way for me to show like how I use HTMX with PHP, and um, replace PHP with like Django, some other back like Python even. The usage might not be exactly the same, but it would be pretty close. And hopefully people can learn from that and see. And I also have the creator of HTMX and Hyperscript tentatively booked for an interview in early June, or sorry, early January in the new year. So it'll be good. And I would encourage you to try it out. It's really easy. It's really easy. I mean, you basically what you saw is what it is, right? It just has some really easy attributes, right? And you can, if you read, you can read you can just read like this first one, and there's some examples of like how and why. He does it. It's super simple. This does not take effort to explain. It honestly does not take effort to explain. It takes very little effort to explain what the heck this is. So, I mean, this just screams of a much better approach to me. Simple to explain. It leans on stuff we already have, tech that we've had for decades, at least a few years, if not decades, and just like maximizing their usage in simple ways that still gives you power and stays out of your way. Like this is, anyways, I'm going to stop shilling. All right. I'm going to stop shilling. I'm going to get back to my game. Okay. I have to just make sure that nobody needs me for work here. Let me just mute myself. And I will be right back. Sorry folks, I had to deal with some work stuff, which is fine. It's all done. Everything's okay. We are back at it. Okay, so I need to sort my way through editor mode. That's going to be tough. That's going to be a tough. Gotta figure it out. Okay. Cool. So if I'm going to do if I'm gonna do editor mode, what I need to do is like provide some kind of way to get into it. Could be a special key command or a button, something along those lines. While in editor mode, I can let the game play, but I should be able to make manipulations. The question is, what kind of manipulations do I want to be able to make? No, sorry. What kind of manipulations do I want to start with? Could be strings. I think I should start with world data. Maps. Maybe maps. Maybe worlds. Width, height, collisions, starting points. Stuff like that. All right. to do. I have to figure out worlds. So I would have to sort out layers in my editor. Oof. All right. Width would be 20. That's 10. Let's do something like collisions, right? Yeah, the rendering's a bit off. Okay, so that's the next thing we have to do, is we have to update our rendering mechanism. I think we've gotten as far as we can with the world the way it is. We have to render a full world, and then we have to add some editor functions so that we can pull in world data. Mm-hmm. Okay, locked space. It's weird, it does. Okay, so I essentially have to sort out here what happens when the world width and the world height are not less than the available DOM size. In order to tackle this, you'd have to do something like if world width, let's say world width is less than DOM width. I need to think about what I'm rendering here. World height is less than that. On render world, you have to update so that you take into account game camera offset. Iterate world coordinates, plus minus offset, plus view boundary, and then update. So I've already considered this, obviously, that there's a camera offset, and the camera offset, it updates based on the position of the whatever your camera is in the world. I don't know, I have to think about this. I have to think about how I'm going to render this. My brain might be too fried to deal with this properly. So if, oh man, this is, for some reason it's like boggling my brain right now. Right now I have a width that exceeds the width of my render view. But my height is still okay. Now, if I was to try and just center, let's say I just copy this, yeah? I think we're gonna have to play around with some values. We're gonna have to do this like kind of an annoying way, but let's just see. I would like to know that I've got here. Okay, that worked. That actually did what I expected it to do. Okay, what's happening though, right? What's happening is that we're rendering and then we're not clearing the previous render, and so it looks like it's overlapping. The other thing we're not doing is not setting the camera offset. We're not using camera offset in here. And I'm pretty sure I have camera offset. Yeah, camera offset X and Y. Okay, so if I do move, like I would have to do like I'd have to trap it in the entity movement, right? As I move my entity closer to the edges, I would have to set my camera offset and increase my camera offset in a particular way. So it would probably be something like I have an idea. So if I move my entity, yeah, this is going to be rough. Let's say, oh, Ryan, hey Ryan. How's it going, man? I was gonna watch your stream, but now CJS. I don't know what to tell you. I guess I'm just a huge disappointment. And, you know, I don't know what to say. It just is what it is. I mean, I am doing a lot of ZIG. Isn't that's what he said to her? I'm a huge disappointment, he said to her. And she said, yes, I agree. Because I see JS. And that was the end. They never saw each other again. Hang on. Divorce because of JS and peen size? Yeah. Same thing. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I think story of my life. You know what I'm saying? Story of my life. Hang on, I gotta jump on a quick call for work. I gotta take a work call, make sure it's not an emergency. I'll be right back. I'll be back. Chill out, people. Work call. I actually have like a job and stuff. I gotta take calls and everything. Back, I swear. Okay. I am back. Sorry, I had to take that call. And now that I've taken that call, I need to work on something for work for a little bit. Yeah, I know, Ryan. I know. Put all that dead space in the stream. How dare I? Right? How dare I? So I've got an auth 0 issue. Laravel is broken. I've got an auth 0 issue with Laravel where apparently when I go to generate a reset URL in auth 0 with Laravel, it apparently is not generating a management API token properly. So I have to figure that out. Background music is enjoyable though. Thank you. Friend had tons of issues with Laravel auth 0 packages. Oh yeah, it's kind of a mess, honestly. And a touch frustrating. So I gotta figure out like why. Why is this not happening? Also with Livewire, he went from Laravel stand to rewriting everything in Phoenix with me. Ha! Ha! How did that go? I'm curious how that went. Probably really well, right? Yes, actually, very well. He's a big Elixir fan, more than me now. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, you're probably a good person to, promote that and work with. So, you have the right people with you. And yeah, I could see you turning some people. But I'm never going to do Elixir. Not ever. Will never, ever, ever do Elixir. It will not happen. Let's build something together? No. It will not happen. You will not get me to do Elixir. But I mean, like, what even is Elixir all about anyways? Since you're the expert, you tell me, you sell me on Elixir and why I should choose it over. Yeah, I am afraid of loving it. It's true. Stop calling me out on truth. Okay? I don't appreciate this. Okay? I have a wife who gets to call me out on all my dumb stuff. I don't need chat to do it too, especially Ryan. What's so special about Elixir, Ryan? I can hear Ryan typing furiously as he prepares to tell me. It performs awesome. Concurrency is amazing. Replaces tons of external service dependencies like Redis, PubSub, caching, etc. Okay, give me an example of a programming language that you would compare it against. Maybe like 2 or 3, and then kind of like tell me the diff. Job keys. Okay. Hold on, say that again. My wife was talking at the same time. Okay, so first of all, choose the stream or your wife. I'm kidding. Don't do that. Just kidding. Second of all, okay, so can you pick like 2 or 3 programming languages that you would compare Elixir against? And just tell me the diff, like why, maybe some pros and cons, or something like that. Like just give me a comparison that I can kind of like ground my view of Elixir in. Okay, let's see what you're saying here. BEAM languages are like on another plane of existence, so that there are not many comparisons you can make. Maybe like Scala with Akka or something, but better. BEAM, please explain. What is BEAM? It's the Erlang virtual machine. Do I need to go look this up? Are you going to make, because if once I have to look this up, it means that you have failed to explain this to me properly. Okay? This is basically what I mean. All right, let's see. How am I going to do this properly here? Let's see. Let me zoom in. Okay, first of all, I just saw PHP is greater than JS. Okay, whatever. All right, so I think about this all the time. Go to is this not? I mean, are there not other languages where you can do all of these things? I don't understand. I don't understand what benefit this in particular is giving you if you can do this in other languages. Because, like, you could, I mean, maybe not everything, though, now that I think about it. I guess you couldn't do all of these in one other language. I suppose that... Yeah, not easily. Like, you would have to sort out a whole bunch of stuff. I can set it up in 10 minutes with Elixir. Yeah. I mean, I suppose that's true. You would have to put in a lot of effort to get it there. Am I actually looking this crap up? Seriously. What are you doing to me? What are you doing to me? Spawn an Elixir process, send a message. Functional programming. Ugh. I don't want to pick up another. Why am I going to do this? Why am I going to do this? Elixir and Phoenix can do it all. Yeah. But can they make me toast in the morning? Can they do that, Ryan? Yeah, yes, they can, huh? Machine learning. Math science comparable to NumPy. Complex. Distributed big data. Embedded. No, I don't want to. I don't want to. Hard, so you can play on hardware immediately. No, just no. I just banged the mic. I'm sorry. Highly performant JSON. Rustler and Ziegler for truly simple Rust and Zig FFI when you need to drop down and bash bit. So I could literally write Zig for Elixir. I could write Zig for Elixir. It comes with an HTTP. Comes with WebSockets. Okay, can I? Bet you they're. I bet you they're. Really? No, I want to go. I want to do like Elixir to like WebAssembly. Can I do that? I don't want to run WebAssembly in Elixir. I guess this would be a compiler. Damn it. Firefly, but they renamed it to something else. Orb? That orb, maybe? Use Elixir to break down chain functions, yada yada yada, compile. Oh, maybe orb, yeah. Okay, yada yada. Calculate your mean. Run it with orb WASM time. I mean, I don't. Okay. Ryan. Yeah, because I think, I mean, obviously they have it, right? And if I can do ZIG with Elixir, then I have. Okay, look, I have some crazy ideas. Discord uses Rust with Elixir. Yeah, I mean, I would write ZIG with Elixir, but I would want to. I can kind of already see why I would want to use Elixir with ZIG. So then, okay. Desktop. Okay, cross-platform GUIs with Elixir. Can I? Can I? Elixir library to write Windows, Mac, Android, and Phoenix Live View. What is Phoenix Live View? Elixir is great for application stuff, ZIG for the number crunching. Exactly. Which is kind of what I'm doing ZIG for right now with WebAssembly. It's mostly just number crunching. Building native like Elixir apps for Windows, Mac, Linux, iOS, Android. Using Phoenix Live View. Is Phoenix Live View? Live View is what inspired Livewire, but 1,000 times. I hope so, because I don't like Livewire. So like... Okay, so Live View is like a web view. It's the functional equivalent of a web view. Caleb saw Live View. So thought it was cool, made it in a day. The Phoenix team has been working on Live View for years collaboratively and with planning. Can't believe I'm looking at this. I can't believe it. There. It is WebSocket connection, so your web page reflects a state. What about Crystal? I kind of lost the view of the Ruby Elixir. Is it a project of or is it kind of... Okay. Diffs are sent over the wire, very small, just the dynamic bits that have changed. Live user processor receive events, updates its state, renders update to a page as diffs. Begins as a regular HTTP HTML, then upgrades to a stateful view, guaranteeing regular HTML even if JS is disabled. Anytime a stateful view changes or updates stock edit signs automatically rendered, the updates are pushed to the client. Okay, so it's like a web view on like whatever app, like whatever native app, right? It's a web view, and Elixir and Phoenix Live View just take care of passing around the HTML that gets updated in the web view. Yeah, do I have that right? Pretty much. Okay, so given that, does that mean that whatever I'm writing in here is essentially going to end up being HTML on render? Am I still on the right track there? It's like if you use HTMX with WebSockets or SSE, but performs better. Page is rendered HTML. To the WebSocket connects. The diffs sent over are updated on the page with morph DOM. Morph DOM. I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know how I feel about this. Could be replaced with HTMX's idiomorph. Yeah, it could be. I'm gonna investigate this a bit. You have me intrigued, and I don't like it. I don't like that you have me intrigued. I mean, all this stuff is pretty awesome if it actually does that. Every one of them will blow your mind. Check out Livebook. Oh, you know what? I think I have seen this, and it just didn't register with me that it is Elixir, because I've looked at Jupyter Notebook stuff before. Damn it. I don't like this. I don't like this. It's like Jupyter, but good. Yeah, because Jupyter's not that great, I know. And multiplayer. Do more. Collaborate. Okay, well, I guess this is something I'm going to be looking into. But I don't like that I'm looking into this. What are you doing to me, Ryan? I don't know. Scenic? When I should pull up your build concurrent multiple data ingestions, which allows developers to consume from different sources like SQS, Kafka. Okay, so it's like a pub sub thing. Scenic devices know how to run. Remote traffic. What? Excuse me, what? What are you saying here? Scenic is not a web browser. Window apps knows nothing about HTML. It's a 2D UI. Uses techniques, but it does not support 3D media mode. Oops. Sorry, I go through stuff really fast. I'm a speed reader and I have photographic memory, and I forget that like I run through stuff and like load it in my brain and then I mean, I get it. I get the worker stuff doesn't excite me as much. Personally, I probably because I don't often have a need to worry about jobs and queues and priorities and things like that. But I can see how when you do need it, you really need it to work well. Because I've had that happen. The few times that I've had to deal with queues and stuff, they all suck. Okay, I'm not gonna spend any more time on this. The Laravel one is especially bad. I probably have not used it extensively enough. It's nice having all this stuff as part of your own app. Yeah, no, I agree. Start relying on external. Yeah, I agree. Jeffrey, how are you doing, Jeffrey? On X. Appreciate you hopping on and checking things out. I'm just trying to not get sidetracked by somebody on my Twitch chat who is bringing me down, you know, down Elixir world, and I don't want to like it, and I'm kind of liking it, and I don't want to. Ryan, Jeff is on X. Yeah, Jeff, I'm multi-streaming, so Twitch, YouTube, etc. No, Ryan, okay? I will decide if you're bringing me up. Right now, you are making me... You're nerd sniping me. You're nerd sniping me. Coffee and coding. Okay, I'm in. Hey, how's it going? Hello, everyone. I don't want to, you know, I just don't want to. I don't want to go back and look at all the stuff that seems really cool. Like, that's a polygon modeler. I don't know if I care about that. Okay, I gotta stop. Okay, because this is I'm just gonna get sucked into this for the rest of the stream, and then no one's gonna hear me talk, and I'm just gonna be reading and doing documentation, I mean, and it's like, no, thank you for the follow. I appreciate the follow. Coffee. I appreciate it very much. And you know what I appreciate even more? You didn't come in here and try and nerd snipe me before the follow. You just gave me the follow. No nerd sniping involved. Meanwhile, Ryan's like a bad influence. He's like, you're not cool if you don't. All the cool kids are doing it. You asked. No, I don't know what you're talking about, Ryan. Okay? And you have no proof. You have no proof. Prove it. Prove it that I asked. I asked. An elixir? I don't like it at all. Okay? Why would you show me something like that? It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I can't clip that far. Yeah, so like I said, Ryan, you don't have any proof, do ya? Do ya? Nope. No proof. So, as far as I'm concerned, you came on the stream to nerd snipe me. And not only did you nerd snipe me, but you derailed the whole stream. So everyone else can blame Ryan for a completely derailed stream. Thanks a lot. But secretly, just between you and me, Ryan, I'm going to be looking at Elixir stuff off stream. Don't tell anyone. You didn't hear it from me. Don't clip this. No proof. Okay? Alright. We're good now. Okay, now. I have to go back to doing a little bit of some of this video game junk and figuring out what the heck I'm doing here. Okay? Cuz I'm having problems. I'm having problems. Thanks, Ryan. Go put the kids to bed. I appreciate you being here and nerd sniping me. I have fun stuff to look at. I mean, I have stuff I really don't want to look at, and I'm going to have to look at it later thanks to you. But I'm going to enjoy looking at it. Okay. Have a good night if I don't talk to you later. Okay, so if I'm going to tackle this, I think my problem, I'm pretty sure that my problem is that I need to set the camera offset. And if I don't set a camera offset on this guy, then I'm not actually moving the camera. So my camera offset is essentially trying to function as like the position of my camera, I suppose, maybe something like that. What? I guess what I would want to do is I'm trying to think about this in my head. It's kind of a frustrating problem. I need to render the appropriate, like, the viewable the current viewable area, current viewable grids, and then my camera offset would determine what are my current viewable grids. So anytime I move an entity, I would have to set if I move my entity here, I could see what the intended direction of the movement is. See if I'm exceeding the boundaries. If I'm exceeding the boundaries, then what I could do is set my camera offset. This is difficult to wrap my head around because I'm trying to do like some math in my head right now. Okay, so if I This is difficult. Okay, intended direction. No, it's not intended direction either. Essentially what I need to do is check if the entity that I'm moving no, not that either. Okay, forget it. I think I'm approaching this from the wrong angle. Forget about moving the entity. Let's just deal with camera offset. Camera offset is supposed to dictate which... Yeah, it's supposed to dictate which grids I need to render. So I need to go into my render world. It's interesting that it somehow like centers it. I also think the data for this is wrong. I think I've made... some mistakes. I've made mistakes. I definitely have. I definitely have. Oh, this is terrible. Yep, I've made some rendering issues. I've definitely put myself into a bad situation with rendering issues. And I'm somehow these blocked collisions are vertical. And like what is this? What is going on here? My rendering is quite messed up. So I probably have to look at how I'm rendering all this in here. No, in my render world, all this. I have to figure out what's going on here. I do have some weird funky code. I'm getting the world size. I'm looking at my start and end. Oh, I see. It's like the max. I see. Well, then I'm kind of curious then. Where yeah, DOM.render world. Let's say I null these. Any change? No. Nope. Nothing. But I think it actually should. it should make a difference, and it's not. Let's just see what happens if I manually, like... Yeah, so it did actually move. Okay. So I have some rendering issues to figure out. Because this is not right. And this code, I can't just keep copying code around. It's pretty bad. Well, I've got my work cut out for me. And I you know, how am I going to keep all this? I'm just going to have to rewrite the render, I think, pretty much. I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to rewrite the render and keep it like in, I'm going to have to do it on the JavaScript side, which is going to be like quite the frustrating project. But I don't think I have a choice. I'm pretty sure that yeah, I don't think I have a choice. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that I have to re-render the whole thing or rewrite the whole renderer. But I don't know what else to do. I know how I got myself in this problem as well. Like I initially just had like a little 4x4, you know, whatever. I just had a 4x4 world, and it was fine. And you know, that's easy to render. But even like these blocks, like what are these blocks doing here? Where on earth are these coming from? 11, 2, 3. That doesn't even make any sense. It does not even make any sense. How am I determining that a collision block exists here? Yeah, somehow I'm getting get current world data. Is 8. Am I reading the data wrong? What do you imagine? Get current world data. I might be reading the world wrong. I might be reading the data wrong. Oh no, am I reading it wrong? think I am. Oh, this is bad. Get from memory, which is a uint16 array. All right. What happens? Sure, let's go. Sure, let's go 1. No. Yeah, okay. And then read the first. Yeah. So somehow, oh boy. Somehow this is terrible. In my movement, what am I doing? This is really, really strange. I am moving my character around, and the WebAssembly module is somehow telling me that I can't move past this. So I'm doing like XY coordinate reading wrong. I'm absolutely doing some kind of XY coordinate stuff wrong. It's also kind of weird it's not rendering, even though it's there. It's not rendering, but it's there. So let me see. Like say 14, 15. Yeah, this isn't right. Word layer, X and Y. This is totally not right. And I don't know exactly what's going on, but I should be able to do like, oh. Oh man, did I screw it up in my ZIG file? I think I have. So let's go 3 and then like 14. 2 maybe. Nope, that's still not right. Yeah, no. So some way, somehow, I've arranged my my array values in ZIG, and I'm not referencing them correctly, either in get current world data, or in my renderer, or all of the above, which is fantastic. Okay, well, okay. So if I'm going to sort this out, first things first, I need to like confirm that my arrays are structured correctly and that I'm referencing them correctly. In order to confirm that, position, yeah, that's fine. I guess what I need to be doing is looking at get current world data. Get current world data is referencing layers. I pull the layer index, right? So that's fine. Yeah, I pull, yeah, so it could be like 0, 1, whatever. This is all fine. Then I would look at data layer. X is going to, so it brings me here. X should be okay. So it needs to be reversed. Y should be a row. X should be in, okay. Like this. Compile. Okay. So it's still not right, but I mean, I'm glad we figured out that we are referencing this incorrectly. Now, the other thing is, anywhere else that we we're checking for this, we need to do like Y and X, right? Because Y is rows, X is columns, and I've been referencing these wrong this whole time. Same with this, right? So this is supposed to be an intended Y, intended X. Yep, okay. Let's compile that. Yeah. So the boundary, there we go. What a simple, stupid mistake that I made. Okay. Perfect. So now that we've done that, then why is this not rendering, right? And 2, X and Y, 12 and 2. If I go nothing. So if I went let's say we kept it at 2, but then I went 13. Okay, so that's still, it's still returning 0 when it really shouldn't be returning 0. Like, this isn't right. So there's a few things I can do here. So I can go like, yeah, this is going to be super ugly, but I need to figure out what is being returned, right? And then so I'll spit this out in console log. I'll spit this out in console log. I'll return the whatever the first value is, because it should technically be only one single value. What do I want? Like 13 too? Yeah. Log, I guess, and then okay. So what did it return? just whatever. And I need to identify. I can't tell what it returned. Okay. All right. So we do actually want. We do actually want this. Right? I think we just want to do this, which was the way it was before. So at some point or another, I messed it up essentially. So there we go. All right, we're back. We are rendering our blocked collision. Okay, well, rendering is back to the way that we expected it to be. So that's good. Ah, that was frustrating, but that's all my fault. If I move the if I move the other NPC over, will that do anything? I don't know. Oh yeah, there we go. There's the NPC moving over. Now for whatever reason. And there's the health points. Why can it not move anymore? That was a little weird. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. We're good. We're good. We're good. Yeah. Okay. Okay. It's not bad. So with the rendering somewhat fixed, the next thing that we need to consider fixing is what? I guess it would be the camera, like, because the current view, like the white area, is rendering only the stuff that's within the within the right bound, like, yeah, within the right bounds. And we need to set a camera. Yeah, okay. So we need to set a camera position, and then we need to track the camera as it maneuvers around the whole thing. And then what that should do is it should move the rendering. I don't think this will make any difference, but let's just... No, it doesn't make a difference here. Let me go back here. Let's say that I do... Let's say they start with Y, like... No, doesn't make a difference. Okay, so I need to sort out how I'm going to render all this yummy stuff. that's weird. We're getting to some weird stuff. Why is it blocked here? Oh man, this thing is doing some weird things. I don't know why. Like now it's functioning just fine. Listen, ZIG, okay? Don't. What am I doing in the render? So I'm literally going through start X and start Y. Width, height. And then I'm trying to figure out what's in the position that I'm iterating through. Manually calling layer 1 right up here. Layer 1. What's in layer 1 at the XY position? Then I'm trying to pull in the data, and if it's 0, I just, move forward. If it's not 0, if it's anything but 0, then then it's a yeah, okay. So if it's not 0, it's a blocked what do you call it? A blocked grid. Like it's not something I can walk over. That part is working right. When I look at the blue rendered blocks, it's working the way that I would expect it to work. So that's fine. What I'm not expecting, or rather what I am expecting that's not happening, is that if I set the offset here, that these should be rendered differently. Like, I want to have an offset where my starting rendering position is like offset, right? And so I think I see why. Yeah, I see why. Because I'm not passing the offset position to the actual elements being rendered. That's why. Like, how is it going to know? How's it going to know where to render it in the the DOM space if you're not telling it that the XY coordinates are in particular something not set in their original position. Like, all I'm doing is referencing the original position, I think. So I probably have to do just thinking about this, if I take the XY coordinate that I'm currently dealing with and I pass in the offset, just thinking this out. Sorry folks, I know it's dead air. X, so Y is going to pick up whatever the starting Y is. Yeah, I need an offset. That's exactly what I need. So, all right. So if I'm going to do an offset, then what I can do is something like start y is equal to game.camera offset y. Now, no, actually, it's like minus equals. Let's just hard code some like really poor junk. Camera offset y. Let's say 2. No, that won't work. What if it won't work? I think because minus is like it goes into the negative space. Hang on, folks. Okay, so I've manually set offset y to 2, and I'm adding it to the offset, like to the, yeah, see, it doesn't work, right? And here we go again with the rendering. Where's my, I'm pushing the button to move my player around. It's not here. It's not here. Yeah. This is terrible. Start Y. Am I referencing width and height wrong with my XY coordinates? Jeez, could you imagine? I can imagine. You know why I can imagine? Because that would be just like me to do something absolutely stupid like that. Absolutely. Absolutely. No, this is fine. I think I'm referencing these things correctly. So the ZIG is returning to me the right values. That's also fine. I'm cool with that. I think what I'm doing wrong here is and then I go blank. What am I doing wrong here? My start Y position is now offset +2, which means instead of trying to render at 0, I'm going to be rendering at column 2. So you know what? Let's do this on the, I think that yeah, now I realize I'm thinking of Y, but I should be thinking of X. All right, let's try this. Okay, so that brought us back to normal, which is okay. Now, if I was to like say minus equals whatever the offset is, it's still choosing to render everything. It's still choosing to render everything. 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, and then no, this is fine. Okay. This actually, yeah, this actually did what I expected it to do. Let's say I do minus. Yeah, minus shouldn't have an effect. It should literally be the same thing as just like this. Yeah. Yeah. Adjective Allison, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I appreciate that. First time chat. Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm very appreciative of anybody who is willing to sit here and watch me struggle through ZIG WebAssembly code, you know. Yeah, so welcome. I don't know if I know you anywhere else on any of the other spaces like X or anything like that, but welcome either way. So we're okay, so we have this running. What I would like to be able to do is like offset this by 1 even. Can I just do that? Yeah, I mean technically yes, it is. Right. I have to consider my offset when I go to render this. Let's just for now, because we're just oops. Just because for now we're assuming that it's just X, right? It's just X. Let's just see what happens to the blue blocks. If I'm right, then they're also going to be off. I mean, they're kind of offset. Here, let's go, man, I cannot type today. Everything I type, it just comes out like completely wrong. Okay, so yeah, no, this is right. If I do this to my entities as well, then it means that like my main player is also going to be like off by 1. Yeah, it is. Oh, did I get another follower? What's going on? If ERC, hey, if. Thanks for the follow. Wow, I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. That's super cool. I was not expecting that. I see a lot of let, but I didn't know ZIG had let. But it was var. Yeah, I'm doing this is JavaScript. And I'm using ZIG to compile game stuff in WebAssembly. But right now I'm rendering the game in JavaScript in a DOM, like just a plain DOM thing. So like these functions in here are calling WebAssembly functions behind the scenes. So yeah. Okay, so technically speaking, I don't really want +1. I want -1. Like I want my X position to be off by 1. I don't think this is gonna work. I don't think this is gonna properly, like, don't do this to me. It's not. It's not gonna work proper. It's not even gonna render properly. I've seen the libraries for exporting functions from Rust go to JavaScript. Is there something for ZIG that's already built out that makes interop easy? Yeah, let me show you what I'm doing. So you can see, like, here's an example. Let me put this back. Here, I'll just delete this. Just give me a sec here. I'll clean this up because I'm... All right. Oh no, did I mess it up so much that it doesn't even want to render anymore? Like the tab is gone? Yeah, I bet you the tab is gone. Okay, okay, there we go. Okay, so you can see I'm rendering, you know, my stuff here. Blue is collision blocks, which means even though I'm pressing the down button, I can't go over it. NPCs are red blocks, and you can see I can attack the NPC and I can decrease its health, right? So there's a few functions here in ZIG land that take care of that kind of stuff. For example, attack entity, like what I just did. I'm stating which entity is attacking which other entity. I make sure that they're within a valid position of each other. So for example, you can't be kitty corner, right? You got to be right next to it. And then the ZIG code is what detracts health if the attack is successful. I also return, you know, statuses, right? Like if it worked successfully or not. This is all ZIG. So when I need to, you know, compile this to WebAssembly, I literally compile it like this. I use WASM 32 freestanding. I use 0.11, and then it's just a really small build. There's no dependencies or libraries that I attach with it, right? So that's all ZIG, and then you can see I export these functions out of ZIG. So you define an export function, what the function is, the parameters, and you know, your returns. And typically in WebAssembly land, your returns are going to be either straight up integer values, or they're going to be references to a portion of memory in the WebAssembly output where you can retrieve the values that you want. So it's going to spit out a WASM file. Then in your JavaScript, in order to use this like in the browser, you have to import the WASM file. So I have test.wasm here, which I'm importing. You also define the exported functions so that when JavaScript reads the WASM file, it maps on to the exported functions in your ZIG output, right? Whatever exported functions are here in parameters, you also have to define as like import them in here. And so when that map is created, then you can call the memory block of the entire WebAssembly module, and therefore the functions as well. And then those functions are going to return to you whatever it is that you're returning inside your WebAssembly module in here. Again, integers, memory pointers, references, all that stuff, right? Then in your JavaScript, as you receive those values, for example, if my return is like a pointer to a position in the entire WebAssembly memory block, I have to literally take my JavaScript code and read that memory from the WebAssembly memory buffer. And I have to convert it into an array that JavaScript can read. So again, we're still in like integer. It's just numbers at this point. Then once you have this, then you can convert your memory that you've received into whatever you want. So in this case, all I'm getting in get entity here is the entity values health, position X, position Y, which you can see here. It's literally just this. And then I just take my JavaScript and wrap it in an object, in a JavaScript object, because I've received 3 array values from the ZIG WebAssembly memory. So you can see also, I'll open this up. In here in the WebAssembly, when I import it, I literally have memory addresses. It's just memory. It's just a block of memory. And I can just basically like maneuver my way around the memory in JavaScript. And I can ask my exported ZIG functions to tell me which positions in the entire set of memory do I need to look at to get the values that I want. So, well, I guess that's it. I guess that's how it works at a high level. I hope that makes sense. How do the types get mapped correctly, like the U8 input and the U16 returns? Yeah, so let's say you're U18, right? So let's say attack entity here. I define a U8 input. Now, in JavaScript land, we don't actually care. We don't care that our attack entity here is a U8 or not. We're just going to pass a regular integer. There's kind of like an under the hood conversion that kind of takes place here. Well, we don't have to worry about it. We just pass in an integer. And then the ZIG function here, I could have just as easily said U16. However, my entity structure here in current entities is it's a reference to the data object inside the individual entity. And in this case here, this array that's wrapping the entire the reference of all my entities, this is by default a U8. It doesn't explicitly state it here, but that's what it is by default. So what you're doing is telling the ZIG function, if you're going to reference a particular index in the current entities array, use a U8 value. Just automatically cast to a U8 value, because this array here is by default a U8 array, because we haven't defined it as anything else. So you begin there. Then your return is going to be a U16. Why is it a U16? Because I'm going to return one of these errors. And in my, I have an enum which defines a U16, a set of U16 possible values. And I'm using U16 because I might have, if I use U8, I have a maximum of 255 or 256 potential values. If I use U16, it goes up to 65536 or something like that, which means I have like I can make a lot of different values in here beyond 255. So I just assumed I'm going to need U16 down the road, so I started there. So my inputs are to reference my entity. My outputs are to reference my return data. It's when it's the return stuff in JS that I need to make sure that I reference properly, right? So I have to make sure that if I'm going to return a U16 value here, because that's what I'm returning it from an enum value, that I also slice the memory block as a U16 array in JavaScript. If I do not do that, then when I go look at the memory position, like if I was to use like uint 8 or int 32, for example, when I go look into the memory position, it's not going to match up and I'm going to get weird values. So the input doesn't matter from JavaScript to WebAssembly does not matter as much as the output from WebAssembly to JavaScript. Hopefully that also makes sense. If huge respect for your solid understanding of the whole flow between ZIG, WASM, JS browser. Dude, it's not, it didn't come easy. If you spent as much time like fighting with the concepts, you know, as I have, you'd probably pick it up too. I think it's been a lot of struggling and just, you know, fighting through it and just having the discipline to stick through it. If you can get through that, you can pick it up too. You're really very smart. Your code looks real nice. That's really nice. Dude, making me flattering me on stream. I appreciate that. Is there a memory copy each time you cross into and out of WASM, or are you using some shared memory? Okay, so that's what I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to build this game out in like some of the craziest, most difficult things I can think of, like within reason a bit, but trying to push the boundaries. The general motto that I'm trying to like attack here is that we have so much hardware and a lot of practices that we've developed in the tech industry that are really, really bad. And generally speaking, we've become lazy as we program and develop things like video games, front-end apps, even back-end apps, desktop apps, all that stuff. And that just doesn't just mean programmers, but also like from a company's perspective, they make technical decisions like just get it done, and we'll cut a lot of corners, and people have lots of hardware on their phones and their laptops. Who cares? We'll deal with it later. And it's created this ecosystem in the tech industry that's just really like lazy and poor. So what I'm trying hard to do here is pick some technologies that are complicated and unnatural, like not naturally picked for things that I'm trying to do. So ZIG WebAssembly is usually not your first go-to thing when you want to build like a top-down 2D game. And just regular DOM, no canvas, no WebGL, no WebGPU, like no GPU cheats, just straight up DOM. Typically people will give you a sideways look, like, what's wrong with you? You're trying to build a 2D game, pure DOM. What are you doing? So one of the key things that I need to consider is the memory. And while you can copy memory between the WebAssembly module and your JavaScript code, I'm trying not to. So here's an example of where I guess I would be copying. Here. Okay, so I'm pulling from the WebAssembly memory my entity data. Health, position X, position Y. Technically speaking, this is creating a copy of that memory in JavaScript land, and then I'm wrapping it in an object. So unfortunately, in this case, I am copying memory. I am doing no memory copies when I'm sending data. So I've already got that part down. I've got the from JavaScript to WebAssembly down. Here's an example. When I move my entity, all I'm passing is 2 integer values, and I'm not passing an entire entity array. I'm not or an object. I'm not doing any weird conversions, nothing like that. I'm literally just calling the function that does move entity in the ZIG WebAssembly module. As a result of that, all I do is rely on the ZIG WebAssembly memory and the function itself to manipulate itself within itself, right? So inputs are self-contained in WebAssembly, which is great. It's the outputs that I'm currently having to restructure, like copy basically into JavaScript land. And I don't currently have a good way to escape that. I suppose what I could do is not wrap these things in objects and literally just straight up call the memory. And I'm considering that. But for the time being, this helps to code some of the JavaScript front end in a way that I don't have to remember unmapped, integers or weird array indexes. It gives names to things in my JavaScript code that just helps me iterate a little bit faster on the JavaScript side. I'm going to reach a certain point where I want to not do this anymore, right? Where I want to just call straight up from the memory, not store it in any structure, and deal with those values directly. That's what I'm hoping, but I'm not there yet. If totally agree on most software not being built too well. Hang on a sec. Hang on. Okay, sorry. Totally agree on most software not being built. I've wondered how good or bad a DOM-based game could perform. I look forward to seeing how this works out. I think I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I bet you this is going to perform somewhere between 30 to 40 FPS on most devices when done. That's probably a conservative outlook. That's what I think. And I'm going to have some benefits with doing this in like DOM based. One is I can swap out the renderer. So the way I've done it is I'll get to the other chats too, but just the way I've done this is all my game data is stored in the WebAssembly module. I can compile this in ZIG to a WebAssembly for like a server, WebAssembly for anything else I want, like an Electron app, WebAssembly for like another language entirely, for a native app, and you can change the JavaScript rendering in exchange for another renderer. So you could have like an OpenGL desktop-based renderer. You could even do like a regular desktop app with like regular menus, like drop-down menus, you know, with the file, edit, view, whatever up at the top, and render it with like whatever you want, essentially. You could do it terminal-based. My initial go at this was attempting to do a command line, like just text. And everything would, like the whole game structure would be stored in here. But I wanted to do DOM because that one in particular is one that like makes heads turn, right? Why do you really think you're going to do a 2D top-down game in using DOM elements? I think I can. And I think if you really care, like if you take a lot of care into how you're structuring the code from front to back, I think it's quite doable. And I think it's just that we've become too lax, right? So I want to stress, like I'm trying to use this as an example to stress that like, if you put enough effort into something, we can accomplish way more with the current hardware we have. We underutilize what we have available to us. Okay. Are the two U8 parameters not technically copied from JS memory to WASM memory? They are. What's good is that once you've passed these two values in JavaScript land to WASM land, the JavaScript forgets it. They're gone. These values are gone once this function is complete. Right. So there's a minimal, I guess a temporary copy of the values until these are deleted. Now, once they are in WebAssembly, the WebAssembly could continue to do like a long running process with those memory values for as long as it's needed to complete this function. But once they're actually passed, it's like a handoff and then you're done, right? Whereas here's a comparative like oppositional view. When I do this, when I extract a memory and create an object around it, this is a real duplicate, and this memory is maintained because I'm using this memory for whatever, right? So there are ways to get around there are ways to minimize how much you actually duplicate or expand your memory usage, and there are going to be certain things that you're not going to be able to avoid doing. But even this, I think there might be a way I can get around this too. I think there might be a way where I can just access the WebAssembly memory directly and never do a copy handoff at all. But I'm not there yet. I'm trying to solve some other problems first. So okay, hang on, guys. Okay, so I remember when I first heard of WASM, I thought, what value do you get from passing numbers back and forth? It's an interesting way to think of data sharing. Yeah, so here's how I'm using, here's another way that I'm trying to do this. I'm limiting myself like with strings, for example, right? So here, see this up here? See this date? It's a year, a month, and a day, right? Now, I could store these strings in ZIG, compiled to WebAssembly. Then I could call a function like getString with like a name or something. Then the WebAssembly could return to me the string, say the date, the year. Instead of doing that, I'm not going to store any strings in WebAssembly. None. Instead, what I'm going to do is store integer references to an array of strings. The array of strings are going to be external to the WebAssembly module. So you could imagine that I load up an array of strings as a JSON file in this view, in this web browser based view. And it has an array of all my strings in English. And then when I ask for getString from WebAssembly, it returns to me an integer value, which is a reference to an index in my array of strings, which is in my JSON file. That way, I could also have a multitude of JSON files. Each JSON file could be a localized or translated version of all my strings. I could also decide that I want to store my strings in another file format. It does not have to be JSON. As long as it's in an array and the front end, whatever I'm rendering those strings, understands that when it receives an integer value from the WebAssembly module, it must reference said integer value in an array of strings wherever that lives, you're good to go. Then you could do other things too, like if you need to make particular tweaks. So if you have a default set of English strings for just your, like any version of the game, but there's just something like different you need for a desktop rendered version. And there's one string in particular that you need to have just a little bit of extra text for one of the strings. You can do that. You can generate a version that still is referenced properly by the WebAssembly module because the WebAssembly module does not care what your strings are. It just cares that it returns to you the integer that correctly references the string for the context that you're asking for that string for. That's all WebAssembly cares about. So then I can avoid doing things like transmitting strings between WebAssembly and JavaScript or between WebAssembly and the renderer. It also means I don't have to convert those strings. I don't have to worry about localization of those strings. I don't have to worry about recompiling the entire game because I've decided that I'm going to change a string just a little bit. It means that I don't have to recompile the game because I need to add a localization to the game. My strings stay external and all I'm passing around is very simple, very minute numbers back and forth. It's almost as minimalist as you can get. So that's what I'm trying to do. That's just an example of one of the things I'm trying to do with the data. Not do weird, translate, transform, massage data back and forth. Just stick to the numbers, which WebAssembly is good at passing around and dealing with, and then referencing stuff outside of that. Makes sense. Good strategy. That's wild and awesome. Do you not run into any issues with ZIG's lack of async support currently? Not right now. I might maybe down the road, and I'll have to deal with that at that time. But right now, I'm cool with just an animation ticker, which iterates, certain frames per second, and on each frame it goes and either updates the WebAssembly state of the game or returns or like grabs whatever the state is and renders the scene. And I don't really need async yet for that. I can manage pretty much everything in my renderer, which is all JavaScript. And in JavaScript land, I can render however I really want. As long as I can ship game state information back and forth in my WebAssembly module, I just rely on the renderer to keep everything up to date and tick along. Hopefully that makes sense. So, could you use a shared memory buffer to avoid the minimal copying you're currently doing? I could, yes. And I mean, technically speaking, this is kind of what's happening right here. I'm basically slicing the memory buffer, which does create a copy. It's a slice of the array, right? And you know, I can simplify this. I could take the entire memory buffer, ensure that all my outputs are always only of one type, and then reference the memory directly without slicing. I could do that. And I think I'm going to do that. I think that's where I'm headed. I think my problem there's a little bit of a guardrail that I'm trying to put in place here. It's if I'm directly affecting the memory, then I don't really need functions. There are going to be times where I'm like kind of removing the need for having an internal function in the WebAssembly module to do things for me. So as an example, it is entirely possible that I could go directly into the memory and set the entity's position in the world manually without ever calling the move entity function. I don't really want to do that. I want to call a function. Right, I want to call separation of responsibilities. I want my ZIG WebAssembly module to have to deal with, can you actually make this move? So there are going to be times where I don't want to get right into that memory and make changes. I want to go through a particular path because I know that the path is going to guardrail my action for me and then provide particular results that tell me whether I took an action that was appropriate or not. If I just go right into the memory buffer itself and do whatever I want, I kind of bypass that. And then I have to write guardrails in my renderer, right? I'd have to write guardrails in my JavaScript, and then like, why have it in ZIG? Then if I write my guardrails in JavaScript, then I have to consider that everybody else who wants to manipulate data with their renderer will also have to duplicate the guardrails in their renderer. So if I wanted to run this JavaScript DOM version, but then I wanted to switch over to a pure like OpenGL version, I basically have to have those same guardrails in my OpenGL version. So, you know, I'm trying to be sensible and minimalistic and push those boundaries, if that makes sense. It all makes sense. Well, I'm glad it does, because sometimes I wonder if it does for me. E Maffin just followed me. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you to give me a follow. And I'm glad. I see a number of viewers. Maybe some of you are lurking. This is crazy that there's even like a handful of you here. I think it's more than a handful. I appreciate that you're all here to hear me blabber on about this stuff, and hopefully I'm making it somewhat interesting and everybody's learning something. That's the goal. So, yeah, I mean, right now, the current thing that I'm trying to sort out is my rendering, because my render starts at like the 0 position here, so that you can consider this like 0, 0. And then 0, 1, 0, 2, etc. Holy cow. Did I just get another follow? Near. I hope I'm saying that right. Thank you for the follow. Holy cow. I don't know what's going on, but this is really cool. Wow. I thank you. I'm a little speechless. I'm a little speechless. I like, who wants to listen to me talk about this stuff? I appreciate it. I really do. Okay. Okay. I'm going to keep going here. So yeah, so I've got some rendering at 0, 0, but I'd like to render so that this is kind of offset, so that I want to start at 1, which means this red NPC should not render. And these blue blocks should move over, should shift 1 over. If I do it right. I appreciate it if. I'm glad. I'm doing my best. Oh, nice. We hang out on overlapping circles on X as well. I followed you there. Nice. Okay, I'll follow you back. I'm not set up to properly like check it all out right now, but I'll follow you back when I'm off stream here. And yeah, that's cool. We should definitely keep in touch, and I'll see what you're up to. So if I'm going to render with an offset, okay, it's not in ZIG. I don't care about ZIG right now. What I care about is my start. My start X. Maybe my start X does not need to be offset. Maybe it's literally just my X. Like, what if I just do like +2? No. Nope. So it kind of, sort of worked. And I understand why. It's going through and figuring out what's in the current view, and the red NPC is no longer in the current view because I'm +1, right? And the NPC starts at like 0, 0 essentially. Is that even true? I don't even know if that's true. It's kind of not true. Entity like it's not even true. Okay, for the moment, we're going to assume that I've stumbled across a happy accident, and that somehow it's rendering this stuff correctly. Just for the moment. Okay, so in that case, right, my problem here is that X also needs to be +1. Okay, so that kind of sort of did it. That kind of sort of did it. I guess if it's +1, it's literally moving it right. It should actually be minus. That's not right either. Guys, I've royally screwed this up. Don't tell anyone. Shh. Yeah, okay, phew, I got back to it. Yeah. So I'm really not handling this right. All right. So I'm iterating over a starting position in my XY. I go see what lives in that position in the world data. If it's a blocked space, then I create a DOM element that's blue for that space. Then I set the left and top absolute positioning. And it's that left and top absolute positioning that's not right. So the way to deal with this, or sorry, the way to test this is just what happens if I literally just detract 1 from X. Yeah. I think I understand what I'm doing wrong. I'm creating a never-ending like oops. It's like a never-ending for loop because I'm subtracting 1 from X while it's also trying to add 1 to X. Okay. Okay, so if, let's see. Yeah, okay, there it is. Perfect. So this is what the offset is supposed to, it's supposed to do this essentially. And then I can pretty much do the same thing, even though this is ugly code. So even though it's off screen, technically speaking, yeah. Yep. Now if I set my to 1, there we go. Look at that. Look at that. And it's automatically updating the render. Nice. Okay, I have the beginnings here of a camera tracking mechanism that tracks how you're moving around in the scene, and then it updates the view accordingly. That's awesome. Just a sec. Sorry, my daughter wanted to show me some of her drawings. Okay, here. Sure. Look, in case anybody's interested, you can draw her hand. It's pretty cool. She just wanted to show me. And then she drew some stuff on the back. Artist in the making. Artist in the making. Thank you. I'll keep it here. Hang on, let me just safely put this drawing. Okay. So, yeah, now I have... This is awesome because I have the makings of... Yeah, perfect. Perfect. Camera tracker. So what I should be able to do is I should be able to detect when I've hit a certain threshold. So I guess basically it would be I I need two different things. I need camera controls, which I have. I now know I've now proven that I can have camera controls, manual, which means I can manually set camera position. I can do that now with offsets. I can figure it out from here. This is great. But what I also need to do is during the typical course of gameplay, you're going to move your player around, and after a certain threshold, if there is an available what would you call it? Available view, left or right, up or down. So if there's more like off the edge here or more off the edge here, you want to move the camera around to track the player, right? That's what you want to do. You want to move the player around to track the player, so that the player generally remains centered until you've hit an edge. And then once an edge matches either the beginning or the end of your view, so if the world 0 matches the beginning of your view, or the world max end matches the end of your view, then your camera stops, because there's nothing more, right? That's what you want to do. Yeah, I think that makes sense. And to do that, I guess you would have to determine your current... You'd have to determine your current view and then your offset and see if there's anything left over. And where am I going to put that? Furthermore, is there an opportunity to do this in ZIG? I have to think about that. Do I want to be doing this view grid stuff in ZIG as an array of elements that represent your view, like each square being basically this, but in ZIG arrays? Then, as you move the entity, you know, I might want to. I might want to have this in ZIG, because then you could also manage when you move the entity, update the camera position, return the camera position back to your renderer, and then your camera position can also dictate your viewable like elements which you would render. I'm trying to think this through. Oh, did you even write? You wrote to dad here? Did you actually write to dad? Oh, look at your writing. Your writing's getting so good, Georgia. Good job. Writing's getting really good. Oh, I'll save this one too. Keep going, do more. So okay, so yeah. I think I might want to do this in ZIG. I think I might want to set a view. Like I want to manage a viewport. I want to manage what is currently viewable based on the viewport. I want to manage my camera in ZIG. Then I want my renderer to only have to deal with rendering what ZIG tells me needs to be rendered. Is there a downside to that? I mean, it's one half dozen or the other. I guess the downside is you have a bit less control over what you're rendering, but that's also not true, because if you want to, you can just bypass. You don't need to call the ZIG functions that would tell you what to render based on your viewport size and all that. So you could just call like what is the camera, or you could just ignore camera altogether. You could take over the rendering entirely yourself, but you don't have to. Then if I'm going to do editor mode, if I want to do like an editor mode renderer, then I can do something similar where I store a bunch of my editor mode states, I suppose, and actions inside my ZIG file in my WebAssembly. In my WebAssembly. This could work out really well, I think. Yeah, one sec. I gotta just respond to something for work. Okay. Okay, sorry, I had to respond to some stuff for work. I apologize. I know sometimes it can be boring to like have dead air. Hopefully the music kept you company. Plus I'm running out of steam because I've been at it for how long now? Let me see how long I've been at it for. 5 hours. Holy cow. So I'm gonna write out some stuff, and then I'm probably gonna call it for the night. But again, just I can see that there's like a few people watching. There's even if there's like 2 or 3 of you, thank you. I really appreciate it. I don't know what to say. It's really cool that there's anybody who cares to watch. You know, means a lot to me. So, okay, so I think I've decided that I do need to basically move my my rendering some of my rendering capabilities into ZIG. So I'm gonna have to do some rendering here, and it's gonna have to be, generally speaking, camera, the like the viewport, and then like the world, right? And so we're gonna need things like render only the portion of the world that fits the viewport, add camera offset to viewport in order to render world, something like that, and we're going to need functions for like camera position. We're going to need viewport size. We're going to need like at least a function for viewport sizing. And then what we can do is we can adjust the viewport. We can let the renderer tells WebAssembly what the viewport size is. So with our observer, our resize observer, we can still keep some of this functionality where we're using the scale to figure out the number of available grids. That can be our viewport, and then we just tell ZIG to update itself. Now the view, so like this, right? Like this. And then once you have this, then what you can do is just depend on WebAssembly to tell you what to render. Yeah, you can depend on ZIG, on WebAssembly, to tell you what to render at each coordinate. And not only that, but since I already have a difference list in here in WebAssembly, I can tell the WebAssembly to return only the coordinates that need to be re-rendered based on my difference list. Which means that I don't even need to iterate over the entire world again or over the entire viewport. I just need to ask ZIG, give me the coordinates in the world that need to be re-rendered and what those renders are at any given layer. And then I just let the renderer render. Now, this is very much a 2D thing. If I was... Is there any reason why this wouldn't work well? So if I was to render this in a terminal, let's say I rendered it in a terminal, and it was just text-based. This suddenly became a text-based game. This actually makes even more sense now, because I would want my WebAssembly to be able to tell me like the state of the world, and then I could represent, like I could write that out in text. Yeah, I think I'm... Very nice. Hang on, guys. Adjective Allison. Seems like your brain is at a pretty excellent stopping point. You'll be able to start up again next time with a solid understanding of what you desire to do next. Pretty big win to get to that point after 5 hours of straight work. Yeah, I feel like I feel like I'm at a point where I can break down a whole bunch of different things. I mean, even just from when I started the stream, I've done a lot. Getting the camera moving is, you know, in the X position is a huge deal. I did. What else did I do? Oh yeah, I did the attack thing so that you know, the attacks work. You have to be in the right position. The health goes down. I've done a menu. Right, so this date thing is a menu. This thing is a menu tied to a button push. You know, and I wrote a menu class in JavaScript so that I can manage different menus in the game, and like hide, show, all that kind of stuff. Abstract it a little bit so that it's, you know, kind of nice to use. Hide, show, toggle. Yeah, I mean, I've done quite a bit, so I'm quite happy with the progress I've made. And there's still quite a bit. There's now like quite a bit to get through, but this is going to be a lot nicer to move the rendering stuff into ZIG. So. Okay, well, I think hang on. I'm at a crossroads. Either I keep going or I call it and do another stream maybe tomorrow. I don't know. I kind of want to keep going because I'm a little bit like I'm excited. Oh, your brain is done for today? I'm kind of feeling like maybe my brain is done for today too. It's just once I get pumped, it's hard to stop. You know, and I feel like I feel like there's something cool to tackle here. But yeah, if you need to go, Adjective, you go. I appreciate you being here and you know, participating. Man, it's crazy that even like there's one person who like talks to me and asks questions and stuff. Like, you know, sometimes it's hard to tell whether you're doing anything interesting when you're just by yourself. So I appreciate it. Hopefully I'll see you again in another stream. I'm gonna think about doing one tomorrow, but if not tomorrow, then sometime soon. So thank you. Yeah, you too. Have a great night. So I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna write a few things out here and then I'll probably call it a night. So it'd be like, no, it'd be a camera. Yeah. Oops. Camera for sure. This is really weird. Yeah. And then viewport size. And world size is fine. I might want to abstract these into their own class. Not sure. Or rather into their own file. Camera position, viewport size could go into their own file. It would be like a render, like maybe like const render is equal to import render dot zig, something like this, yeah. And then I need to think about the math of the camera position. Math of camera position and viewport size. Renderable area would be world okay, it'd be viewport size of world at 0, 0. But then world 0, 0 would be offset by camera position, where camera position always has positive values, right? So then in your viewport coordinates, then your return function when you ask for something like get renderable area. Ooh, what are you doing, Copilot? No. No. So get renderable area would return all world coordinates that are within the viewport plus camera offset. Like grid space xy chords, something like that, plus maybe the actual data, perhaps. That's iffy. Does that sound about right? I think it sounds about right. I'm just thinking this through to see like whether it is actually right or not. I'm trying to think through any potential issues with the way that I've structured this. But it is only yeah, I think I like this. I think this is fine. Guys, I gotta answer a message here. I still have to do work. Okay, so that's fine. If I'm going to do this, what I need to do is figure out renderable portion, I guess. Like, what would that even support FN? Yeah, I'm not sure, honestly. I'm not sure. Okay, well, maybe my brain is too fried for it. So yeah, I'm pretty much gonna call it, everyone. I think my brain's had enough. I appreciate all the new followers, like a lot. Thank you very, very much. And everybody who was here and you know, chatted with me and all that. It's been fun. Hopefully everybody's learned something. And I'll be back again, hopefully tomorrow, if things go well. So yeah, I'm going to turn off the bat signal. And I'm going to pretty much call it a night. Everybody else have a good night. And again, I appreciate everybody being here. And we'll catch you soon. I guess I should do a raid. How about I do a raid, huh? Let me do a raid. Yeah, let's raid. Let's raid Chris. Yeah. Okay, thanks again, everyone. Have a great night. I appreciate it a lot.